Oh, fuck, I forgot. I completely forgot about speech chat. There. Alright. So, right now, yeah, more. Yeah, what am I trying to do here? There we go. So, by now you guys have probably seen this poll from 2 weeks ago. Right now, the second poll is also up for you guys to vote on. So make sure to do that. So make sure to look at that real quick. So make sure to look at that while you're watching. I hope everyone's 4th of July has been good. I purposely waited because Ian does not like the loud noises of fireworks.
At Obsidian Changeling 5968 said, if your messages include a large string of emojis, names of upcoming streams, and / or random characters, then they will be removed and reported as spam, and you will be flagged as a bot. Say hi and move on.
And as you can see, I already opened these Moomy. Mainly because my headphones were coming out of only the right ear for a bit, so I wanted to make sure it's working. Also, got some ravioli here. Mm. Mm. Alright, let's go. Right, so since last time, all of Batchbound Johto was released. Although I'm going to hold off. Although I am going to hold off moment. So, actually, I'm actually going to hold off for the moment on using the Claire one, as this is the last chance I'll get to use it. I do not have anyone with flying yours. Oh, right. Hold on, let me get my notes up. God damn it. So gotta register the Pokemon, use a fan piece pickup ability, the vitamins. Right, the Larvitar. I gotta get to that. Yep, not here. I did not mean to do that. Oh, come on. Believe it or not, this guy I consider a boss fight.
Welcome to the stream. At TV3411. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream U4 and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. At TV3411. Said. Hi.
Forgot that I kind of had to remove that said thing. There. Also, hey. Oh fuck, I forgot to switch back to text speed. I'm Ash motherfucking Ketchum, baby. God damn it, right. Let's mix it up with pig. Oh, it's 5 of these fuckers. What the fuck did I set to pause? What the fuck? Should my pause hotkey? Oh, I don't. Oh, I don't even have one. I. You know what? Let's set. I'll set that to a mute microphone mute button, and then the fast forward toggle. Then the fast forward toggle will be that button, the PlayStation button, and then shifting of the two tools, LCD swap will be spacebar. There. Actually, hold on. Actually, set select to that. And then fast forward to this. No, fast forward toggle to this. I have like no. I did not realize how few buttons I have on this. There. You are blind as a bat! Okay, if I'm one-shotting a mug, then I have to use a citrus berry myself. I have to use the citrus berry myself, or else it's never going, because it's clearly never going to activate. There we go. Citrus berry off the list. Oh, I never got movement notebooks. And it's the man. Is joining Team Rocket? Is joining Team Rocket? Does joining Team Rocket make you lose eyesight? Keep fucking doing that. Y is square, X is triangle. There. So what should I hold? I guess? Wait! Yeah, there's a magnet. Triple exclamation points. Don't know that crit matter. I think it's a good idea. Extremely optional rocket run. Finally a Pokemon we did not one-shot. I should have used Thunderbolt actually. Need a little bit of extra time. Wait. Elevator going up. Fresh water off the list. Escape rope. Art scale. Revive. Oh, that's Cameron. Duh. What the
Welcome
fuck?
to the stream. At RootVegTabIE. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream you for and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. I will devour Professor Oak, piece by piece. He will reform in my innards, and burst from within. My body his cocoon, my soul temporary. I was born to be his chrysalis. Ash will fall beneath my boot as I claim my birthright.
What does that even mean? You know what? You know what? I don't blame YouTube for holding that one for a review.
I'm not worthy of eating Professor Oak's skin tags, but I'd still do it.
You are starting to get a little close. You are starting to get a little close to just going away. Going away. What the hell have you been doing? The fuck? Why the fuck have you been like this? By the way. Why are you being so weird? It's gonna bug. Oh, it's gonna bug me if I don't fix this now. What the heck is it? To drag you. Dude, why is that window being so stupid? Alright, where were we? Alright, where were we? Oh, right, I actually forgot to grab the thing because I was so distracted by whatever the fuck you were whatever the fuck that was. Yeah. But no, go away! Stop! Whatever. What level 5? Why is it? Why is it? Why is that thing? Why is it? Why is the throat thing being cut off?
Welcome to the stream. At MPokemon55. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream you too and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. Travis. No offense, why is text speed slow as fuck?
Movie. That's why. You're just hitting 52 minutes? Hello? Well. Yeah. Fuck it. PowerPoint. Fuck. There we go. Now you can hear me! Isn't that lovely? Kimono. There's Baba. Alright, I'll just open this real quick, and then we'll go get, and then we'll do the trial. The fucking phone. Imagine there was time like that. Here I am, Balba. desert, and then was it mountain? Mountain. I think it was mountain. Hi, Magneton, you're very underleveled. That's a sand slash. Again? There's the sand shrew. Get over here. Number 48, Sandshrew, the mouse Pokemon. Type ground. Height 2 feet 0 inches. Weight 26.5 pounds. If it fell from a great height, this Pokemon could save itself by rolling into a ball and bouncing. Just like the Sonic. Why am I filling corn here? Oh my god, come on. There's Larvitar. Number 249, Larvitar, the Rock Skin Pokemon. Excuse me. Type, Rock and Ground. Height 2 feet.
Welcome to the stream.
0 inches.
At Zekromite4572. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream U5 and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. Red.
Link to the code down in the description. Anyways, height 2 feet 0 inches, weight 158.7 pounds. It feeds on soil. After it has eaten a large mountain, it falls asleep so it can grow. Grow into what? A Pupitar? There you go, Baba. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Oh, almost forgot.
I believe in you.
There we go. Oh yeah, we also still need to catch that stinking catch a stinking Lapras. Actually, I'll do this preemptively. Are you ready to evolve yet, Togepi? Hold on, I'm making a save state to check. Nope. Alright, time for the penultimate rival fight. Time for the penultimate rival fight. not gonna lie, that that ignored paralysis in the plus the reflect was a little bit scary. I prayed for Hunter to come out because I thought he had Kadabra. Apparently not. Also, I sneezed during that, so bless me. Alright, lemonade is off the list.
Why is the Steam blank?
The Steam?
Wait, NVM, it's okay.
Oh, the stream. Yeah, I paused on the black screen. I paused on the transition between the fight and gameplay. That's why I was blank. I think. Oh fuck. I'm still finished. Well, gives me a chance to drink my soda. I keep forgetting. This is literally the only game where Heartgold, Soul Silver, Diamond, and Pearl are literally the only games where that's a thing. Alright, we've been doing this quite a bit, so I'm gonna let me set something up. Alright, here we go.
Cheeseburgers, 5 medium fries, 1 DR pepper and 2 large cheese pizzas, 10 veggie pockets.
What?
Are you sleeping?
No. Why?
What's your fave Pokemon BTW?
I don't know. I've been getting... I do have some buyers for, like, Riolu and Torchic and Axie, though.
Also, why is red showing?
Code in the description! I've never picked up these items. Oops. What, Lyra? Oh, no, not the top floor. Whoa! Okie dokie. Time for a triple boss fight.
Welcome to the stream. At Ktailov2Sing18. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream you too and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. Give Pikachu a light ball and you be set.
Light ball is banned because that would be too easy. I would have said that earlier, but Walgreens was calling. Something about my medicine. About my medications. Maybe I am tired because I was supposed to be playing music for these rocket admins. Oh well. Oh well. Gives you what they're supposed. Shows you what they're supposed to sound like before we commit to the full soundtrack. How could this happen? Oh, hold on. Oh! Don't forget this time. There we go. Hey Togepi, how are you feeling? How are you feeling now? But no, not... No, I didn't want to give it to Travis. Still? Oh my god. Good thing we have PK Hex so that I can check friendship. Hold on, export backup memory. Do that. $142? How are we only at 142? You know what? Look there. Oh, shit. There we go. Yep, there we go. Should not need that anymore. That's why I made the save. But no, there we go. No. What the fuck? What are you doing? What is with these guys? What is with these fucking windows? What is with these fucking tabs like on some windows? No, not that window! Not the blackout bingo window! Ugh. There. This is kind of funny. Youngster Joy actually has his own page on Bulbapedia. is not the time to be curious about these. Poke Gear. Monday afternoon. That's when. Gotta battle the. Gotta battle autism. Alright. Move the clock forward a day. Maybe if I call him. Yep, there we go. God damn it. Hold on. I meant to do this first. Thank you for not using pursuit. And there we go. There we go. And yet another loss. Yep. And now I can use Fly Legit! Haha! Alright. Now, 1 second. I need to quickly check. I need to quickly check the whole. I need to quickly get my bearings on how to get to Lapras. Wait, hold on. I only have Catch a Lapras on here. However, apparently I can actually get one. If I in the Safari Zone Rocky Beach. Oh my god! It's not even. It's not even. It doesn't even require. It doesn't even require like. It doesn't even require any like extra stuff. I can literally catch it right now. I literally could. I can actually catch it along. I actually could have caught it alongside Larvitar if I wanted to. Okay, hold on. That is so much more convenient than setting my clock to Friday. Alright, I will set it to Saturday though. Actually, now, I'll wait. Hold that. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna need to close the bit later. Quick, anyways, I gotta eat the bathroom like right now. Ugh.
Welcome to the stream. At Trigenius World. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream U4 and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. Awesome. name is coming. I am the Dr. ABD, your biggest nightmare. Am coming to get you. I know where you lie. Hurry up. The cops man police officer are coming to get you. I am the Maskey.
Yikes! Alright, hold on. Alright, I'm gonna close this. Close the emulator. And actually, real quick, I will set the time to set the date to yesterday, which was a Saturday. Mm. Okay. I can't keep this up. Yeah, I'm gonna swap these two. Hello. Hello, 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 friend. Okay, hold on. I believe it was Rocky. I believe it said Rocky Beach. Yep. Yep, there we go. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, hold on, I need to get surf. Of course I got new surf. You know what, you can stay back there for it. It's a 20% chance. 30 for Poliwag, 30 for Magikarp, 20 for Poliwhirl, and 20 for Lapras. So, a little worse than a 1 in 4 chance. Oh. They don't even 1 in 4 chance for everyone. I didn't mean to throw mud. Run. Run away. No, I don't want bait! I didn't want for bait. Alright. I'm getting ready to click them. Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go! No, I didn't want to bait. Damn it! I was trying to scroll over to... Okay, good. I was trying to scroll over to ball. There we go. Or no, to bag. Number 224, Lapras, the transport Pokemon. Type Water and Ice. Height 8 feet 2 inches. Weight 485.0 pounds. They have gentle hearts. Because they rarely fight, many have been caught. Their number has dwindled. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna make a quick update to the Black Hat Bingo for next time then. The Rocky Beach. Catch a Lapras in the Rocky Beach and catch a Lapras in Union Cave. There. This and this. What the hell? What the fuck was this guy doing while I was gone? And did I forget to turn... Did I not turn on... Okay, no, I do have slow mode on. Might not have... Actually, no, that light on. That light is on. Yep, I got what I came for. Can Lapras learn Rock Climb? No, okay. Can learn Waterfall though. There. If I find you, will you stop? Will you stop blocking my path? If I let you fight me, will you stop? Will you stop making me have to dodge you? Just make it. Just stop begging me for a battle. Lure ball, go! Number 141, Gold Duck. The duck Pokemon. Type, water. Height, 5 feet 7 inches. Weight, 168.9 pounds. When it swims at full speed using its long webbed limbs, its forehead somehow begins to glow. Now she understands why I was dodging her. Because I was gonna send her Vulpix to the center because her Vulpix is now gonna be in the center for months. For like 6 to 8 months. Yeah, the legs flare over there. Sorry. Don't forget. Let's get that music playing again. extension by Praise No Legs. There, no leg play. You prick! Let me keep my level low! Bum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. think I gave my pickup squad string. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not in, but you'd probably call this the best bowl for us. Number 155, Jinx, the human-shaped Pokemon. Type, Ice, and Psychic. Height, 4 feet 7 inches. Weight, 89.5 pounds. It rocks its body rhythmically. It appears to alter the rhythm depending on how it is feeling. And for fun, whatever. Lara never says anything important. Abendlog. Nope, lens flare still there. Sorry. Sorry for that flashbang. Alright, soft sand, finally! Oh. Eh. Oh, yeah. Where is Sunday again? Siblings? $37. Did I not? No, I did. What is going on? Alright, fine. Alright, fine. Monday, then. Hey, Dana. What? Oh, no, this is Tuesday. My bad. Okay, apparently I'm missing somebody. Yeah, I've been to use Thunderbolt. Well, I got Sunny Sing, so. See, you're Twisted, Spoon, that means I got Tuscany. Poison Barb, that was. Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Did I just straight up forget to get Monday and Friday, or Monday and Wednesday? Is that what's going on? Nice, Rare Candy. Oops, not this place. Bam, 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 bam. Yep, Carpeak. What? Oh, choice specs. When the tide's up. There we go. Yeah, that's a slightly less of a flashbang. Oh, right, there. And I gotta catch a fan pee. You have to add that Lapras update to the other side, but to the other half. Second list. There we go. I'm getting too used to it. Number 200, Phanpy, the long-nosed Pokemon. Type, ground. Height, 1 foot, 8 inches. Weight, 73.9 pounds. It swings its long snout around playfully, but because it is so strong, that can be dangerous. Yeah. Follow. actually. Hold on. When did I do that? Oh, why did you default to quit? You know what? That could help. Except, I need pickup to activate. Apparently. Okay. Moo milk. Off the list. Just max potion and full restore left. Bye! We're actually not that we're actually not that over-leveled anymore. We might actually end up having to take out. We might actually have to go find all the trainers that we skipped. I am the 0.1%. That's another rare candy. How many are we at right now? 14, 6 more to go. You know what? I was gonna go for the soft sand to boost dig for the Dragonair, but you know what? I never use these locked in one move things, locked in a single move items. Why not? Let's give them some time in the spotlight. Hold on, I forgot about. I've been on. Why am I on? I keep on going onto autopilot. Oh, I don't even have Claire's music on here. Oh. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Just means that we get to. Just means that we get to. Just a chance. Chance to. Just a chance to let it play out. And gives me a chance to get to use a Lepa Berry on Thunderbolt real quick too, just in case. Okay, you know what? That was statistically too lucky. Can I just? I'm just gonna... Can I just do that again real quick? I mean, I'll take the W. Let me make a separate save state real quick. You know what? I think that's perfectly fine. But that's just with how much damage we're doing, we could just replace the choice specs with the citrus berry, and we've got it in the bag. So yeah, back to the statistical anomaly that was a victory. I seriously forgot to do the ball himself. Anyways, back potion, full heal. Karen's being a big old whiny baby Karen. Hey, it's 5 o'clock. Yo! Go! Hold up, boys. Hold on. I should, Wait, I think it still the choice specs on it. Yeah, there we go. Calcium. Really blood. Oh wait, shoot! I need to get Whirlpool on. Pokedex. I'm only at 37, so... You know what? Gonna be going on a spree anyway, so... There you go. Number 76, Magikarp. The fish Pokemon. Type water. Height 2 feet 11 inches. Weight 22.0 pounds. An underpowered, pathetic Pokemon. It may jump high on rare occasions, but usually not more than 7 feet. The move Bounce would like to have a word with you. Okay, I'm sorry, I gotta get this playing in the background.
Magikarp is the worst Pokemon ever, so I asked, is it possible to beat all of Pokemon Legends Arceus with just one single useless Magikarp? This was an insanely painful and stupid
Excuse me, where's my...
idea. Here's how.
Well, you know what? Whatever.
How it went. I named my character Mr. Masochist as a sign of what's to come. God hands us a big fat L before tossing me from the sky. We meet Professor Laventon, who welcomes us into the village and offers us a Pokemon. These three look awesome, so which one is mine? Oh, no, these are mine.
Can I please have my thing? Alright. Hold on. There.
Here is your Pokemon. Isn't it a beauty? Yeah, very beautiful, thanks. Alright, kid, go get him. He's so dead, I hope we get to eat him. So, now we had our fish, and nothing would stop us. Moments later, we were stopped by Volo for a battle. Alright, let's see what powerful, destructive moves our Magikarp has. Splash. The user just flops and splashes around to no effect at all. This is why Magikarp is so terrible. Splash is the only move it knows. Now, you might be thinking, well, yeah, but doesn't Magikarp at least get some moves later on? Nope. It used to get access to other moves, but for Legends Arceus, Game Freak took one look at Magikarp and said, we gotta nerf that. So, in this game, Magikarp only knows Splash and will never learn anything else. So, to beat this challenge, we'll have to beat full teams of powerful Pokemon with one Magikarp that can only learn Splash. On that note, I want to hear your predictions. In the comments, let me know whether you think we can actually beat this challenge. Now it was time for our debut battle. Magikarp splashed its little heart out while Togepi viciously tore him to pieces. Our first battle, and we'd already lost. The game still lets us advance though, purely out of pity. And in a challenge like this, I'll take all the pity I can get. Now we can enter the Obsidian Fieldlands, and after completing the tutorial, we're welcomed into the Galaxy team as a member of the Survey Corps. We then meet Commander Kamado, who instantly throws me to the ground. Ow, that hurt. Can you do it again, please? Mr. Masochist, you're a sick individual. After depositing the other Pokemon we'd caught at Ram Ranch, now we had some freedom to explore. Our top priority is getting some levels onto our Magikarp, which seems difficult, right? I mean, we can't even knock out any Pokemon since we only know Splash. But in this game, there are some other ways of getting EXP that don't require us to knock out any Pokemon. For example, catching Pokemon is one way of doing this. However, there's another method, and this one's my favorite. By brutally throwing our Magikarp at berry trees, or swinging it around and using its scaly carcass to break rocks, we're awarded a small amount of EXP each time. So, I spent the next hour using my Magikarp as a baseball bat, as well as catching some Pokemon. I found that becoming a bug catcher was the best bet, with Dustox and Beautifly giving great EXP for this point in the game. Now my Magikarp was at level 15, and wait, you look different. Did you become shiny? Well, you don't sparkle, but whatever. I guess we have a shiny Magikarp. Yay! I looked him square in the eye and said, here's your Pokemon. I just dropped the Magikarp. Just dropped it on the ground. You should have seen the look on his face. He's probably dead now. Yeah, I'll just feed him to Cyndaquil. Hey guys, we're back. Holy hell, you're alive? I mean, of course you're alive, my boy. Good work. We get our 1-star rank from Silene before Akari challenges us to a fight. Now, she has a Pikachu, and Magikarp does not get along with electricity. So, all Magikarp could do was splash around until Pikachu gave it the electric chair. Yet another loss. However, this is another fight that you don't actually need to win to progress the game. There's plenty of those, and Legends Arceus has some of the toughest fights in the series, but in a grueling challenge like this, I'll take any free pass that the game is willing to give me. After the battle, we meet Zisu, the person who teaches your Pokemon moves, if they can learn any.
Who's that Pokemon?
Magikarp is the best dragon Pokemon, so it's only fitting that this video is sponsored by Dragon City, a free-to-play mobile game that lets you collect over 1,000 awesome dragons. Just like Pokemon, in Dragon City, start your empire right now.
Pikachu.
Back in the Obsidian Fieldlands, and now the heat really turns up because we have to take on Mai and her Munchlax. Not only is Munchlax incredibly strong, but this is a fight that we actually have to beat. So, Mai made fun of my silly little balls, and then slapped my Magikarp into its grave. This is the first real hurdle. So, how do we beat this? Well, it's true that Magikarp only knows Splash, which does nothing. However, once all 40 of its Splash PP is drained, only then can Magikarp use Struggle, a 50 power move. The catch is that Struggle also damages the user, which makes using it multiple times in a row really challenging. Anyway, I had to tediously drain all of my Splash PP against the weak Wurmple that were in the area. This took ages, and I won't bother showing this Splash Fest again because, well, this is pretty much the entire experience. Enjoy. However, after our Magikarp has taken 40 trips to Splash Mountain, now we can use Struggle, which didn't even one-shot a level 4 Wurmple. We are in trouble. Regardless, dragging my fish behind me, I stepped up to face Mai. Alright, Magikarp, give me your best Struggle. Wait, what? It did nothing! And I still took recoil damage? Struggle is meant to have 100% accuracy. What is going on? That's it. I'm renaming you from Magikarp to Magic Crap. You suck. Anyway, I did some testing. Most of the time, Struggle just wouldn't land. I didn't have any trouble with using it on wild Pokemon, just Munchlax. However, sometimes it would land, but even then, only did around a quarter of Munchlax's health, and we'd soon fall afterwards. So, putting aside the disobedience of my fish, we needed to power up Magikarp. While Magikarp's stats suck, the one advantage we have in this fight is that Magikarp has reasonable physical defense. This helps since Munchlax is a physical attacker. Besides that, and our solid speed, Magikarp's stats are straight garbage. So, I grinded some EXP XP using the same methods as before. We can also take the Pokemon we catch and grind them down into grit items, which basically act like fish food for Magikarp. These raise our stats, giving us a much needed boost. So after reaching the level 2 survey rank, I return to rematch Mai with my now level 25 Magikarp. Magikarp still won't land its attacks, so I'll have to live with that. Just another layer of frustration and pain for Mr. Masochist. Although being at level 25 lets me tank Munchlax's attacks a lot better. So I tweaked my strategy. By alternating between trying to land Struggle on one turn and then healing up with a potion on the next turn, I can keep Magikarp alive. But by no means was this easy, because landing Struggle is, well, a struggle. On this attempt, I burned through my whole supply of 13 potions, only landing 2 struggles in the process. Why is this move so broken? Do something! After almost an hour, I finally hit some luck, with Magikarp's 2 brain cells eventually sparking, allowing it to land enough struggles to finally take down Munchlax. But if it took me that long to beat the first mandatory battle, how on earth would Magikarp be able to defeat trainers with full teams of powerful Pokemon? This was going to be rough. As a reward for winning, Mai heals up my Magikarp. Can you not? Now I have to go and drain its PP again. After that grueling grind, you might be thinking, well, at least we can progress a bit now, right? Wrong, because about 30 seconds later, we come across this pest. This battle is way worse than the Munchlax fight. Firstly, Kricketune has the move Absorb, which is super effective against Magikarp, while also healing Kricketune. But much worse than that is the fact that the game heals you before every single attempt. For those playing along at home, this means we can't use Struggle, because we will always start this fight with 40 splash PP. What a nightmare. So I needed to power up my Magikarp and noticed that it could evolve. This was my chance. With this, Magikarp would become an unstoppable beast capable of mass destruction and— what? My fish is broken! I want a new one! I hate you! Something seems very wrong with this Pichu. Anyway, how do we deal with Kricketune? Well, we have to beat it, and we can't use Struggle. This really leaves only one option: PP stalling. In the same way that we drained our splash PP to use Struggle, we can stall out Kricketune's PP to force it into using Struggle, eventually taking itself out with the recoil damage. Is this tedious and painful? Absolutely. But that's just how Mr. Masochist likes it. So, after crafting a war chest of potions, I returned to Kricketune, ready for a rematch. And even then, I still lost. By using an agile style Absorb, Kricketune got 2 attacks in a row, before finishing me off with a second, strong style Absorb immediately after. I was already regretting this challenge. Was my suffering going to be worth it? Probably not. But it might be if you like the video and subscribe to the channel. After grinding Magikarp to level 30, I tried tackling Kricketune once more, and still lost. However, this time, Kricketune needed a critical hit to take me out, so I just had to dodge every critical hit. Easy. On the next attempt, things were going much smoother. Kricketune knows 4 moves with a combined PP of 120, so I had to sit there force-feeding my fish potions while Kricketune slapped it around over and over. By no means was this quick, but it was effective. After around 25 minutes of stalling, Kricketune was finally out of PP and began using Struggle. A few turns later, it died to its own recoil damage, and we had finally beaten just the second mandatory battle. We were already struggling this hard to beat a level 12 Kricketune. Just how bad was this challenge going to get? Hang on, are you getting more yellow? Could it be a special shiny? The noble lord, Cleavor, is enraged, so Kamado decides to send the guy with only a Magikarp to fix it. Makes sense to me. After running all the way to Cleavor's shrine, we're confronted by Leanne, who we have to defeat. Thing is, he only has a level 15 Goomy, and this ball of goo is pretty trash. Like every other battle this run, I have to wait for Magikarp to actually decide to contribute. But by healing up with potions like we did against Munchlax, I keep Magikarp alive for long enough to land 2 struggles, burying Goomy without much trouble. Oh, he's not dead yet. I really wanted to eat him. After playing a bangin' tune on our flute, Weirdeer agrees to carry us around on its back. Anyway, we return to Cleavor's shrine, and this time we're confronted by the Pearl Clan boss, Irida. Just like Leanne, she won't let us pass unless we defeat her, although Irida is a cut above Leanne. Her Glaceon is really strong. On top of that, Glaceon also knows Quick Attack, a move which basically lets Glaceon attack 2 times in a row. After the struggle recoil damage, these 2 attacks are enough to KO my fish. Once again, we were in a rough spot. I leveled up Magikarp to 35 before trying to rematch with Irida's Ice Doggo, and this attempt was going really well. I landed my very first struggle, which, nice job Magikarp, and was stalling nicely. Magikarp charged up its next struggle, but fell just short of getting the KO. And sadly, Magikarp fell. So close, yet so far. With that crushing loss, I had to go back to the slow and cheesy strategy of PP stalling. But this still isn't easy. As we already saw, Glaceon can combo a quick attack into a Swift consecutively. I can just survive this combo, but if Swift crits, I die. And since Swift has 20 PP, I had to dodge 20 critical hits. I prayed to RNGesus and finally had some luck. I got through all 20 of Glaceon Swifts, healing up in between attacks. Once Glaceon started using Powder Snow, I knew that I was in the clear. Neither of her remaining attacks are very threatening, so after some more cheese, Glaceon struggled itself to death. Having seen our devastating Pokemon skill, Irida had no choice but to let us take on the noble Lord of the Woods, Cleavor. Alright, Magikarp, go! No, you're useless! I'll just do it myself. I dodged Cleavor's attacks, which made it run headfirst into a wall over and over again. By slapping it with a barrage of bombs, we were able to quell the noble Lord Cleavor without taking a single point of damage. No thanks to you. With the experience gained from the battle, Magikarp was ready to evolve, and surely it'll turn into something good this time. What? You're still a Magikarp, but now you're blue? What is wrong with my fish? After reporting back to Kamado, we're given our next mission, to explore the Crimson Mylands. Hey, Kamado, just one more thing. Of course, what is it, Mr. Masochist? Can you throw me to the ground again? Mr. Masochist, get out of my office. As we approach the gate, we're stopped by Akari for another battle. She has 2 Pokemon now, so this would be tough if we actually had to beat her. Since winning this fight isn't necessary, I have Magikarp splash his little heart out before being slapped around by Mime Jr. We take those. Now we can access the Crimson Mylands, where we meet Kalaba, who immediately calls me a hoe. Despite her rudeness, we'll have to help her retrieve a stolen artifact. Before that, we've got to take on Volo. But this is another fight that we don't have to win. So Magikarp can be a splashing punching bag, while Togepi tears us to shreds. Such prodigious strength. Were we watching the same fight? Anyway, in our search for the missing artifact, we eventually find the culprits, the Misfortune Sisters. We have to battle Coin, and this is a battle that we actually have to win. She uses a Toxicroak, which is pretty strong, but since it only knows 2 moves for a combined PP of 35, I decided that PP stalling was my best option. Although this still requires a ton of luck. Toxicroak's Venoshock just barely doesn't kill Magikarp, so we have to dodge 15 critical hits in a row. And even if you make it past that, once Toxicroak starts using Rock Smash, it's still risky. See, Rock Smash has a chance to lower my defense. On top of that, it can also use an Agile Rock Smash to get 2 attacks in a row. So if it lowers my defense, I can still die if the second Rock Smash crits. Basically, I need a ton of luck. Fortunately, God was looking out for me this time, as Magikarp was able to dodge every critical hit while guzzling down potions every single turn. I came really close to losing so many times, but Magikarp hung on, and eventually, Toxicroak struggled itself to death. The way you treat your Magikarp as a punching bag is unholy. You're the real evil one here. Just hand over the artifact, or my Magikarp will splash really angrily. Fine, just take it. We return.
Alright. Take a break from that. Burn it to dawn. Hey, Lyra. Potato. Let's quickly make sure we are fully healed up. Alright! Time for a fight. Time for the 5v1. It says we have 103 views. That is a fucking lie. I just know it.
Welcome to the stream. At turkeydog_4884. At 6,000 subscribers, I will do a Professor Oak challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream U5 and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. At Dragemius World, probably one of the most cringiest comments I've ever seen.
You should have seen earlier. Anyways.
One here, just hand over the artifact or my Magikarp will splash really angrily. Fine, just take it. We return the fragment to Kalaba, who translates the sacred prophecy. It says the worst is yet to come. And look, she's not wrong, because this challenge is going to get way harder once I have to take on full teams of strong Pokemon with only my fish. Having earned Kalaba's trust, she asks us to help with calming the big bear, Ursaluna. But to do that, we need to beat it in a battle. This is deadly. Ursaluna is the strongest Pokemon we've faced by far, with some insane stats and powerful moves. Its most powerful move is Slash. It's kind of like Splash, except where Splash has an extra P, Slash has an extra 70 base power. Like I said, pretty similar. Anyway, Slash alone nearly kills Magikarp in one shot. This means I can't use Struggle since the recoil damage would kill me. On top of that, Slash has a high critical hit chance of 12.5%, so dodging all the crits while draining its PP is unlikely. I did try, however, failed miserably over and over again, although I kept trying until finally getting past all of Ursaluna's slashes. This was the run. Until it wasn't the run, because Ursaluna whipped out a new strategy. Turns out the big bear can also combo an agile bulldoze into a play rough back-to-back, which absolutely decimates my Magikarp. Clearly, my current approach wasn't going to work. So what can we do? Well, our problem is that Magikarp is too frail. We needed to bulk him up, and I had just the thing. Back in town, we can buy the crafting recipe for the Orc's Guard item. By collecting the necessary ingredients, we can craft the Orc's Guard, which raises the user's defense for 5 turns. After grinding Magikarp to level 40 and stocking up on a ton of Orc's Guards, it was time to rematch Ursaluna. On turn 1, I immediately set up my Orc's Guard, and this makes all the difference. Now, not even a critical hit Slash can kill me in one shot. Since the Orc's Guard wears off after 5 turns, I have to continue setting them up while also recovering my HP. This fight took an insanely long time, but our new strategy worked a treat. Eventually, Ursaluna was left with only Bulldoze PP, and at this point, our win was sealed. Soon after, the giant bear struggled itself to death before the might of my blue fish. Ursaluna was calmed, and by playing the forbidden tune, we can now ride the big bear, and Ursaluna has a very well-trained nose. It can even sniff out people who haven't liked the video. Oh god, it's noticed you! Quick, like the video to protect yourself before it's too late! Anyway, we can also use Ursaluna to sniff out the missing warden, Irazu. Once we've found her, we're clear to take on the next noble lord, Lilligant. As we know from our previous noble fight, our Magikarp is dead weight here. So I take over and evacuate the dance floor. Before long, I'd slap Lilligant with enough arms to calm it down without taking a single hit. With another noble quelled, we report our progress to Kamado, who gives us our next mission to investigate the Cobalt Coastlands. Once we arrive, we're stopped by Irida for a battle. I guess it was Bring Your Child to Work Day, because this time, her Glaceon brought an EV along with it, and we have to battle both at the same time. These multi-battles are going to be a problem, but not this time. Winning here isn't mandatory, so Magikarp takes an almighty 3-shoe beating. Now I feel better. I guess treating Magikarp like a punching bag really helped her relieve some stress. Anyway, we learned that there's no noble lord of this area, and Irida asks us to help fix that. Once we find the warden, Polina, we hear that the previous Lord Arcanine drowned. That's when a stroke of genius hit me. Polina, I've got it. I'll trade your Growlithe for my Magikarp, who will take the throne as the noble lord of this area. The best part? He's a fish, so he won't drown like the previous lord. That's the worst idea I've ever heard, and I've never been so insulted. So that's a maybe? Alright, well, you get back to me when you're ready. Our next stop is to visit Iscan, who will help us use a fish to cross the ocean. This seems silly though. I mean, I have my own fish. Why can't I use that? Oh, right. Iscan forces us to become a Ghostbuster, catching a Chef Dusclops that he needs to cook Basculegion's favorite food. That all makes sense to me. With Basculegion's food ready, we head down to the beach and summon the powerful beast. That's one fine-looking fish. Why doesn't mine look like that? Basculegion gives me the splash plate, which feels very fitting for a challenge like this. Out of nowhere, the Misfortune Sisters appear and steal Growlithe. Hang on, if I don't get Growlithe back, then Polina won't be able to trade for my Magikarp. I've got to do something. We chased after the thieves with the help of an actually competent fish for a change. And once we reach Fire Pit Island, we confront the thieves. This will be our biggest challenge yet. We have to beat all 3 of the Misfortune Sisters back to back without healing in between. To make matters worse, Clover has a level 35 Abomasnow, a grass-type Pokemon that also knows Energy Ball Ball, which is an incredibly strong grass move. She's our first opponent, and even after setting up an Orc's Guard, Energy Ball still decimates Magikarp in one shot. It was instantly clear that level 40 just wasn't going to cut it. And even after getting Magikarp to level 50 and seasoning it with grit items, Magikarp was still no match. Even at level 60, Abomasnow just switched to a strong style Energy Ball, which still sends my fish to the Shadow Realm. But finally, there was a sliver of hope after Magikarp reached level 70, because only now can I survive an Energy Ball and begin stalling out the 10 PP. This attempt was going perfect until... yeah, turns out Energy Ball also has a 20% chance to lower my defense. And once my defense boost is removed, we're back to square one. Abomasnow then sucks the life out of Magikarp with just one Energy Ball. Now we had a chance, but the odds were stacked against me. I would need to dodge both a critical hit and the 20% chance for the defense drop 10 times in a row. The combined chance of this happening is only 7%. That's my success rate to stall out just the very first move on the very first Pokemon. Even then, there's still 3 other Pokemon to deal with. This was insane, but that's just how Mr. Masochist likes it. And so, we stepped up to face Clover. And every time, I got slapped around in the RNG hellfire. It was brutal, but after so many attempts, I finally hit some luck, because on this one, I stalled out Abomasnow's 10 Energy Balls. Now it was down to only its Ice-type moves, which barely tickled my fish. So it's pretty safe to have Magikarp do its splashy dance until Abomasnow eventually rage quits life. That's Clover taken care of. Next up is Coin and her Toxicroak. It isn't anywhere near as big of a threat as Abomasnow, so we can stall out its moves easily, although it is annoying to deal with the constant poison damage and Rock Smash lowering my defense. But overall, Toxicroak soon follows Abomasnow into the next life. Now it was down to only Charm, but this is the first battle against 2 Pokemon that we actually have to win. And after all the struggle I went through to make it this far, I was so nervous. Charm opens with a Rhydon, but I counter her with my trap card, Rhydon D. Her Rhydon isn't too scary, especially since I move first and can set up an Orc's Guard. Its attacks didn't do much at all, so I actually tried using Struggle again, and I guess the Struggle accuracy curse had been lifted, because now it was actually landing and doing solid damage. At this rate, it was going to take 4 struggles to KO Rhydon, but I needed to make sure that Magikarp was healed up when I got the KO, so that I can take a hit from the incoming Gengar. So with that in mind, I fired off my 3rd struggle and... are you kidding me? The one time I rely on you to attack, you get a critical hit at the worst possible time. Since I hadn't healed yet, Gengar came in and ruined my day with a single strong-style Venoshock, slaughtering my fish. No, you did not do good. I'm gonna throw you into the lava. I knew this run was going to be painful, so I had no choice but to keep trying. And this time, Abomasnow was a demon. I just couldn't catch a break. Attempt after attempt was denied by this unforgiving snowman. And as each failed attempt rolled by, my disdain for Magikarp and that damn critical hit grew. It did not come easy, but after about an hour of failing miserably, I finally got lucky enough to make it past Abomasnow's Energy Balls. Just like last time, finishing Abomasnow from here is a piece of cake, and Coin's Toxicroak gets a similar treatment. So once again, we were back at Charm. But this time, my strategy was different. Instead of finishing it off with Struggle, I decided to take the much slower, but much safer approach of stalling out its PP. Reason being, this means that Gengar will come in after Rhydon attacks. So, unlike last time, I should have a turn to heal up before Gengar gets to attack. So, I patiently stall against Rhydon, cycling between restoring my HP with potions and restoring my defense buffs with Orc's Guards. This worked great. Interestingly though, once Rhydon ran out of PP, Charm just straight switched into Gengar. I continued stalling against the spooky ghost until it missed a hypnosis. Since I still had plenty of HP left, I attacked with Struggle, and this did over half of Gengar's health. Thankfully, I then tank a Venoshock before healing back up. Gengar does solid damage with Dark Pulse, but at this range, I can finish Gengar off with one last Struggle. Charm still has her Rhydon, but since it's out of PP, it can only use Struggle, which Magikarp survives before we finally watch the last of Charm's Pokemon go down. Damn, that felt good. That was a grind, although it's gonna get way worse later on. After the battle, the little Growlithe evolves into an angry noble Lord Arcanine, and of course, it's up to me and Magikarp to stop it. On second thought, this guy's pretty scary. Fine, take Magikarp, but just let me go free. After dodging a barrage of attacks from Arcanine, we smacked it with enough farms to calm the giant beast. Once again, Mr. Masochist and his fish had saved the day. Hey Iscan, how about you trade your crummy Basculegion for my awesome Magikarp? Shut up, Mr. Masochist, no one wants your damn fish. Why do I get stuck with Magikarp? Now it's trying to evolve again. Hurry it up, we all know you're not getting any stronger. Whoa, Magikarp, are you feeling okay? Nurse, is my Magikarp okay? Oh no, this is bad. What's wrong? It's a serious case, one of the worst I've ever seen. It could be fatal. What does he have? Ligma. What's Ligma? I'm sorry, child. He doesn't have long. You'll be fine, Magikarp. We always pull through. After reporting back to Kamado, we're given our next mission to explore the Coronet Highlands. But before we set out, Adamant stops us for a battle. Just like the Irida fight, this one is a 2-on-1, and just like the Irida fight, we don't actually have to win. So after Magikarp gets beaten up by a plant, we're all clear to enter the Coronet Highlands. Our guide is this dude, Ingo. And just like us, he's from the future. I remember. I had a brother back in my own time. I know how you feel. I've got a brother too, Mr. Fister. We're really close. Mr. Fister and Mr. Masochist, huh? You guys sound like quite a good pair. We continue traveling with Ingo until coming across Melly, the jerk with some ridiculously luscious hair. He likes the noble Electrode as an angry little acorn, so forces us into a battle. I was hoping this would be another freebie, but turns out we actually have to win this one. So now it was time to take on Melly for real. Since this is a 1v1, I felt confident that I could struggle my way through until... Oh god, the curse is back! Since I couldn't land any struggles, I had to once again sit there like an idiot, PP stalling because my fish refused to cooperate. Anyway, since we had to get so strong to beat the Misfortune Sisters, beating Melly's Skuntank is no sweat, as it eventually falls to struggle recoil. But Melly will be back in a little bit with a 3-on-1, which I am not looking forward to. Just up ahead, we come across this Bronzor who is unwell, and this woman just heals it up, no trouble at all. Okay, but why can't anyone cure my Magikarp's Ligma? Anyway, apparently we need to beat Ingo if we want to climb these cliffs. Magikarp can jump pretty high though, so I feel like we could get up there on our own if we really wanted. But his team is tough. Ingo has 3 Pokemon, including the part Grass type, part Spaghetti type, Tangela. The last Grass type we went up against was a nightmare, so I am not looking forward to this. Ingo leads with a Machoke, who isn't too hard to take out. My struggles were landing again, which I still can't explain. And Machoke also uses Double Edge, which hurts itself. So pretty quickly, Machoke went down. But next is the scariest Pokemon on his team. I thought Tangela wouldn't be too bad. I mean, it's Tangela. Look at it. I was wrong. Because even with full health and boosted defense, a single strong style energy ball turned my Magikarp into fish paste. Clearly, we needed to power up. So I threw some Grit Rocks at my Magikarp, boosting our stats to level 10, as well as reaching level 75. But I'm not done yet. We can also buy the recipe for the Orc's Power Guard. This is an upgrade over the Orc's Guard that we've been using thus far, as this item also boosts our attack stat. With these upgrades to my fish, I marched back up the mountain for a rematch with Ingo. Just like last time, Machoke isn't too hard to deal with. However, I do make sure to take it down only when I have 2 consecutive turns. The reason for this is that I need to heal up before Tangela gets a chance to attack. This goes exactly to plan, and with the extra stat buffs to Magikarp, this time around we can survive an energy ball as long as we dodge a crit. I keep healing as Tangela keeps hitting me with energy balls, until my paralysis wears off and Tangela tries to use a stun spore, but this time it missed. This gives me a chance to use struggle, which fell just short of getting the KO. I was paralyzed on the next turn, but with one more struggle, Magikarp slaughters the ball of spaghetti. Bon appetit. Last up is Ingo's ace, Gliscor. It's a strong Pokemon, but not as threatening as Tangela. So with some healing and a few struggles, Gliscor went down and Ingo had been defeated. This lets us ride the literal Wolverine until we reach the top of the cliffs. But once we reach the summit, we're stopped by Melly again. Only this time, we have to battle him in a 3 versus 1, all at the same time. What makes matters worse is that Magikarp just picks a random target to attack when I use struggle. This led to some frustrating scenarios where I couldn't hit the Pokemon I wanted, causing Magikarp to fall as a result. I lost several attempts, but I knew that I had a chance if the luck went my way. Until this attempt. I move first and immediately set up an Orc's Power Guard so that I can tank all 3 attacks from Melly's gang. I take huge damage, but now get 2 turns in a row. I use the first to attack, with struggle randomly hitting Skuntank, bringing it below half health. The poison damage then leaves me on just 2 HP, but I can use my second turn to heal back up. After some stalling with potions, I tried to fire off another struggle, but turns out it can still do nothing. I hate this mechanic. After healing up once again, I eventually land another struggle, which hits Zubat this time, taking it out in one shot. Now that we're up against 2 Pokemon, it's a little more manageable, but still risky as I get low a few times. But like a champion, Magikarp holds firm, and the next struggle that actually lands ends up finishing Skuntank. This leaves only Skorupi, who is no match alone for the might of Magikarp. One more struggle takes it down, sealing the win. And Melly is not taking it well. Adamant steps in, and with his help, we're clear to take on the next noble lord. Problem is, Electrode is like the hardest hard counter to Magikarp possible. It's a grass and electric type, which is awful for my fish. I did try to battle, but Magikarp was electrocuted and fried instantly. So I took over and dodged the giant electric balls, slapping Electrode with a barrage of bombs, calming down the giant acorn. Melly drops to his knees like it's a truck stop bathroom before Ingo gives a passionate speech about the bonds between people and Pokemon. Yep, my bond with Magikarp is strong because our bond is made out of an iron chain. Very strong. After reporting our success back to Kamado, we're given our next mission, to quell the final noble lord. But before we can leave the town, Akari stops us for one final showdown. We haven't beaten her a single time in this challenge, and this fight is no different. Magikarp just sat there and got slapped around by Ash Ketchum's dad. We lost very quickly, but this is the final battle of the game that we don't actually have to win. From here on out, Magikarp will have to conquer every single battle. This was not going to be easy. Now we can enter the Alabaster Icelands. It's rather chilly here, isn't it? Yeah, my nips could cut diamonds right now, and Magikarp doesn't seem to be coping too well either.
I beckon for death.
After a quick dash across the snowfields, we meet Garrick, who has a bad attitude. After slapping him across the face with Magikarp, he forces us to battle, but this went surprisingly well. Magikarp is actually kind of good now. This battle is a 2-on-1, but my almighty fish handles this with ease. My confidence was growing. I started thinking that maybe this challenge wouldn't be too bad after all. What a fool I was. Apparently, we need a flying Pokemon to reach the top of this giant rock. Yeah, it's not like we already have someone capable of getting that high. Anyway, we need Braviary's help, so chase down its warden, Sabi. This brings us to Snowpoint Temple, where these huge metal doors are in the way. But a little trick I've learned is that if you hit Magikarp into doors hard enough, they'll simply open up. Neat. At the top of the temple, we come across Sabi, and this is a fight that horrifies me. She uses 3 powerful Pokemon, including an electric type, and to make matters worse, we had to take on all of them at the same time. Let me tell you, I got destroyed. This fight is a nightmare. Let me tell you why. The 2 support Pokemon will constantly paralyze, poison, or burn you, which makes surviving multiple attacks a pain, especially when you have to tank attacks from 3 Pokemon. If that's not enough, keep in mind that Magikarp picks its own target randomly, and Struggle just flat out doesn't work most of the time. This meant I got slapped around over and over and over again. Even after raising Magikarp's level, I continued getting destroyed, until after hours of suffering, I eventually just went all the way to level 100. Our fish had reached its final form, but from here, we wouldn't be able to get any stronger, and I was still getting ripped apart by the RNG until I finally got a crumb of luck. On turn 1, I set up my Orc's Power Guard as usual, but importantly, both Electivire and Magmortar were just looking around. Rhyperior does land high horsepower, but now I get 2 consecutive turns. I tried struggling, and Magikarp still refuses to comply. The next one lands though, finishing Magmortar in 1 shot. After all that recoil damage, my HP is getting low. However, Electivire opts to paralyze me with Thunder Wave, and Magikarp just survives another attack from Rhyperior. I spend the next few turns healing up Magikarp while restoring my Orc's Power Guard. Once I finally get an opening to attack, thankfully this one lands, finishing off Electivire. With the 2 support Pokemon taken care of, now it's a 1-on-1. From here, victory is all but guaranteed as I slowly grind down Rhyperior, finishing it off with a few struggles. Finally, we've beaten 3 powerful Pokemon at the same time with just 1 fish. That took way too long, and that's not even the hardest fight. With Sabi defeated, we're clear to challenge Braviary. We establish our dominance with a few struggles, giving us the power of flight, effectively turning our fish into a flying fish. Now we can soar down and grab the Eternal Ice before charging up the mountain to face the final noble lord, Avalugg. Holy, this thing is huge! Magikarp really wasn't moving much after our last beatdown against Sabi, so I took the lead on this one. Ow! 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 I was on the brink of death, but just landed 1 more bomb to barely scrape by with a win over Avalugg. Damn, so this is how it feels to get beat up. With all the nobles quelled, now Magikarp could finally retire.
Right. Nothing down here, right? Okay. I always love this. Number 253, Ho-Oh, the Rainbow Pokemon. Type, Fire and Flying. Height, 12 feet and 6 inches. Weight, 438.7 pounds. Legends claim this Pokemon flies the world's skies continuously on its magnificent 7-colored wings. Okay, anyways.
Oh, that's not good. Anyway, Kamado's been licking Polly. Finally retire. Oh, that's not good. Anyway, Kamado's been licking Politoads again because for some reason he thinks I orchestrated this mess. Dude, I only have a useless fish. How could I have pulled this off? You caused this, you better fix it. Oh, fine. Magikarp, I need you for one last job. Glad to have you back, buddy. To stop the unfolding disaster, we have to craft the red chain by completing the 3 lake trials. These all involve a battle against a strong alpha Pokemon, but since these are 1v1s, our Magikarp can struggle its way through these no problem. We also have to pass the tests given by each of the lake trio. Your emotions, share them with me.
12 seconds later.
Whoa, you are into some messed up stuff. Just get out of my house. Azelf wants to test my willpower, but seriously, I've been getting slapped around for an eternity using only Magikarp. I think my persistence is already clear. Fair point. With the red chain now crafted, Magikarp and I head for Spear Pillar. But on the way, we're stopped by Benny, who, after doing some ninjutsu, reveals himself as our next opponent. He has a team of powerful Pokemon, and this is our first time taking on a team of 4. This would be Magikarp's toughest challenge yet. Benny slapped me around, but it didn't take too long for me to figure out a strategy. See, Benny leads with his Mismagius, which is a problem. It can put Magikarp to sleep with Hypnosis, and drop my defenses with Shadow Ball. So I have to be careful. I immediately set up my Orc's Power Guard, and importantly, Mismagius missed its Hypnosis this time around. This let me land a struggle for big damage. Benny heals, but one more struggle brings Mismagius right back to low HP. I then stall for a bit until Magikarp gets 2 consecutive turns. This lets me reset my Orc's Power Guard before landing the final struggle onto Mismagius. Next up is Sneasler, who hits hard. However, Magikarp's physical defense is way higher than its special, so Sneasler is actually less of a threat. We can tank close combats pretty well, and this move has the extra benefit of also lowering Sneasler's defense. This means that after some stalling, one single struggle can take it out. Gardevoir, on the other hand, is much more troubling. It's a special attacker, can lower my defenses with Psychic, and boost its own stats with Calm Mind. This makes it the real run killer. I carefully keep my health up with healing items, while also making sure that my Power Guard doesn't run out. Once I get 2 consecutive turns, I finally land a struggle, but this does less than half due to the Calm Mind boost. I have to use my next turn to heal up, but then Gardevoir gets the defense drop. So I'm basically stuck healing up every turn, praying that Gardevoir doesn't land a crit. Luck was on my side though, as I had a few close calls, but somehow pulled through. Eventually, I had an opening. Magikarp was at full health, still having an attack boost. Since Gardevoir's Calm Mind had now worn off, this struggle was powerful enough to finally get rid of that green fairy. I knew that Benny's last Pokemon was a physical attacker, so I wasn't too worried about Gallade. We tank its attacks much better than Gardevoir's. Within a few turns, Magikarp lands a second struggle to finish Gallade off while just surviving the recoil damage. Yeah, that same Magikarp who couldn't beat a Munchlax just soloed a team of 4 powerful Pokemon. We've come a long way, and even if I don't think we can beat all of this challenge, I was still proud of my fish. Just up ahead, we find Kamado, who's our next opponent. And just like Benny, Kamado has 4 powerful Pokemon made up of 2 physical and 2 special attackers. His team is tough, although I was feeling confident, at least until I got crit on my first attempt and lost. Nice. But to be honest, this fight goes pretty much the exact same as Benny. I have to carefully manage my health and Power Guard while waiting for an opening, but by now, I can do that pretty well, and we gradually take out Kamado's Pokemon, who can't overcome the monstrous power of my fish. Kamado bows down, begging for mercy, and just like that, the worst Pokemon in the game had claimed another victim. This clears us to finally reach Spear Pillar, where we find the demonic god of space, Palkia. Looks powerful, right? Well, we caught it in a single Ultra Ultra Ball. But to deal with the Dialga that comes afterwards, we're going to have to craft an Origin Ball. Okay, so get ready for the burn of the century. Leanne turns up to help us find some rocks, and Melly hits him with, yeesh, that ugly hat suits you as poorly as this important role does. Why did Melly have to go and end this man's career like that? Anyway, for this quest, we've got to rematch Charm. She still has the same 2 Pokemon as last time, so you might be thinking that this is easy. Wrong. Her Gengar is a demon. Remember how Magikarp doesn't like special attackers? Well, Gengar is an incredibly strong special attacker who can put you to sleep with Hypnosis and drop my defenses with Shadow Ball. Even though she only has 2 Pokemon, this makes Charm a problem, and my luck was terrible. I was getting slapped around, but I just needed to keep on trying until my luck turned around. And after a while, this happened. Charm opens up with Rhydon, but once again, I activate my trusty trap card,
Right on these nuts.
Rhydon still isn't very threatening. Magikarp can tank its attacks pretty comfortably while slowly wearing it down with struggle. The important thing with Rhydon is making sure that Magikarp has as much health as possible and as many turns of Power Guard remaining for when Gengar comes in. This involves a lot of stalling, but eventually I find an opening, finishing Rhydon with about half of my health remaining. Now Gengar comes out and immediately puts me to sleep. My health is too low to attack, so I'm basically caught in a loop of healing every turn. If Gengar Shadow Ball gets a defense drop, then I pretty much lose right there. But on this attempt, that didn't happen. So I was able to keep healing until Gengar spent a turn putting me to sleep again. This gives me an opening to attack with struggle falling just short of getting the KO.
Into the YouTube
I then have to spend the next 2 turns healing until Gengar finally gets the defense drop. However, now it's my turn, so I take the chance, click struggle, and like a champion, Magikarp fights through the drowsiness to finish Gengar, giving us the win. That was way harder than it had any right to be. But with that taken care of, we can finish the quest to craft the Origin Ball, which kinda looks like it's made out of Magikarp scales. This lets us head back to Spear Pillar for a showdown with this monstrosity. Who would win? The legendary Steel Dragon, God of Time, or Fish? Obviously, Magikarp and I dance all over Dialga, slapping it across the face with my fish and a few bombs to claim a decisive victory. I honestly can't believe he's still alive. Poor Cyndaquil is so hungry. We'd saved the day and the credits rolled, but there was one more fight we needed to win. Legends Arceus has one of the toughest final bosses of any Pokemon game. On top of that, we were running out of time. Magikarp's health was in bad shape. Regardless, we pushed on, determined to finish the challenge. Before the final boss, we have to complete a few quests to obtain the remaining elemental plates. Most of these are pretty straightforward, like defeating an Alpha Vespiquen or giving Kogita some wood. However, one of these is particularly annoying. To get the fist plate, we need to rematch Kamado and his upgraded team. His Pokemon are pretty strong, so it's not easy. But the worst part is that this battle takes place in Jubilife Village. Your Pokemon are fully healed when you enter the village, and there's no way to drain Magikarp's Splash PP before the battle. So we had no choice but to head into this fight with all 40 splashes still remaining. Basically, this means that my only option here is to stall with healing items and drain my Splash PP when I have the chance. This is so tedious, as I don't have many free turns against Kamado's hard-hitting level 65 Pokemon. So this took ages. I played super carefully, and Magikarp was tanking their hits pretty well. I completely PP stalled Kamado's Golem and his Braviary before finally running out of splashes against Heracross. Now we were in the driver's seat, as Magikarp could finally start dealing some damage with struggle. There were a few close moments, but ultimately, this fight went the same as our last one with Kamado, although this one took 40 minutes of my life that I'll never get back. Anyway, the last few plates are obtained by having Magikarp seduce some legendary Pokemon before shoving them into Pokeballs. With that taken care of, now Magikarp and I can take on the final boss of Legends Arceus, Volo. This is one of the hardest fights in any Pokemon game ever. Volo's team is stacked with some of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with a variety of types, moves, and insane damage output. On top of that, Volo has Giratina, who we have to beat twice, and all we have is one little Magikarp with no attacking moves. This is the final hurdle, one last challenge for Magikarp to overcome. And let me tell you, I got crushed over and over again. Poor Magikarp was getting the smackdown. But all of these losses made one thing clear. This was possible. Incredibly hard, but possible. So how on earth do we do this? Well, Volo leads with Spiritomb, a powerful special attacker that can also put you to sleep with Hypnosis. My strategy here is to immediately use Struggle for some small damage. Regardless of whether Spiritomb attacks or puts me to sleep, I can survive one turn before getting 2 consecutive turns of my own. I can use these to heal up and set up my Orc's Power Guard. Now, you might be wondering why I didn't use the Orc's Power Guard immediately. Well, the reason is that 2 boosted Struggles will usually kill Spiritomb, but by not boosting my stats for the first Struggle, I put Spiritomb into healing range, forcing Volo to use his only full restore. It is necessary to get that out of the way quickly, as it can ruin me later in the fight. Surviving Spiritomb's attacks isn't too hard, so I'm able to set up my Orc's Power Guard, as well as a new item, Orc's Evasion, with this one increasing the chance that Volo's moves miss. Once Magikarp is relatively healthy, with plenty of turns remaining on my boosts, I'm clear to finish Spiritomb with a second boosted Struggle. All of that was just to get rid of Volo's first Pokemon. Pokemon. And now he sends out an even worse one, Roserade. This thing is a run killer. Roserade is a strong grass type who knows the move Petal Dance. As we know from our troubles earlier in the challenge, Magikarp does not like to play in the grass. All it takes is a single Petal Dance and Magikarp just dies on the spot. This is the biggest hurdle of the challenge, and so many attempts ended here. The only way I can survive is if Roserade misses or uses spikes, although this was incredibly rare, hence why I lost so many times here. However, on the runs that were blessed by RNGesus, Roserade would finally miss enough times, allowing me to land the 2 struggles needed to take it down. Next up is Volo's Lucario. It feels weird to say because Lucario is a beast of a Pokemon, but in this case, Lucario is great for us. See, Volo's Lucario has 3 physical moves and bulk up. Since Magikarp has solid physical defense, we can actually handle its attacks pretty well. This gives me a chance to make sure that Magikarp is healed up while also having plenty of turns worth of boosts left. However, while we can easily take out Lucario, this introduces another problem, Togekiss. This is the 3rd and final special attacker of Volo's starting 6, and this is a stone cold killer. If it sets up a Calm Mind, Magikarp is dead to a single strong style Moonblast. It took ages to even make it to Togekiss, only to be crushed in an instant. So I needed a different approach, and this is where the fight gets really cheesy. See, if I want any chance against Togekiss, I need Volo to send it out on his turn, rather than giving him a free switch by taking out Lucario. So how do we do that? Well, by taking advantage of the most toxic strategy in Pokemon, PP stalling. Remember the first battle against Charm? We learned that when an opponent has multiple Pokemon and one runs out of PP, the trainer will switch into another Pokemon. So my idea is to stall out Lucario and force Volo to use his turn to switch into Togekiss, giving me enough time to take it out. In reality though, that's not what happened, because after I spent ages stalling out Lucario, now Volo switches into his Arcanine. This is yet another physical attacker, and I can't afford to take it down with struggle, or we'll just end up back in the same spot as before against an incoming Togekiss. So once again, I have no real choice but to rely on PP stalling again. Luckily, Arcanine isn't too much of a threat, so this is pretty risk-free. But of course, once it does run out, Volo now switches into Garchomp. Garchomp is actually a little scary because it has Earth Power in its moveset. It's dangerous because it's a special move and has a chance to lower my defenses. This could have been bad, but luckily I stalled out the Earth Powers without any catastrophes. From there, Garchomp is reduced to its physical attacks, so after yet more stalling, Volo finally has no choice but to switch into Togekiss. At this moment, I was petrified. The battle had been going on for 30 minutes, and this was the furthest I'd made it. Since Volo made the switch, I get to attack first and immediately fire off a boosted struggle, but this does less than half, which is a huge disappointment. Togekiss then connects with a Moonblast, and I'm forced to heal up. Now I've got 2 moves in a row, and use the first one to hit Togekiss again, just barely falling short of getting the KO. Crucially though, now my Power Guard is worn off, so I don't have enough HP to tank a Moonblast and attack. So I had no choice but to take a risk. I kept on healing, and Togekiss kept on firing Moonblasts, and thank God none of them crit. This let me survive long enough until I got 2 turns in a row, using them to heal up and set up an Orc's Power Guard. With a reduced damage from Moonblast, now I'm safe to fire off a struggle, finally taking out that demonic bird. While Volo still has 3 Pokemon, all of them can only use struggle. This means that there's no risk. I can just stall until they take themselves out with recoil. Although, it's important that my health is as high as possible for the end of the fight, as I won't be healed before Giratina. With that in mind, before long, Volo's final 3 Pokemon were taken out in quick succession, and we defeated Volo's base team. However, that's just the entree, because now we have to beat Giratina twice. This thing is a menace. Its attacks are all different types, split between both physical and special. I immediately set up my Power Guard, but Giratina just puts me right into low health. It does so much damage that I can't even risk attacking, as the struggle damage will let Giratina finish me on the following turn. Once again, Magikarp only had one option: stall. By using an Orc's Evasion, Giratina will shift to only using Aura Sphere, since that move can't miss. As long as I keep my Power Guard up, Magikarp can survive Aura Sphere, allowing me to heal up and maintain my boost. Could now heal back up, and Giratina was down to only Dragon Claw and Shadow Force, 2 physical moves that Magikarp can tank comfortably. This means that our little fish has no trouble stalling out the remainder of Giratina's PP before it finally goes down. Now Giratina comes back in its origin form, and I am petrified of this thing. For context, this attempt alone was already 1 hour long. We'd had a few close calls against the previous Giratina, but this one has an even higher attack stat, which means those close calls from earlier would now instead be a loss. But I don't really have a choice other than stalling and sending prayers to RNGesus. Since Giratina's PP is restored, the start of this fight is the exact same, with my Orc's Evasion forcing Giratina to first drain all of its Aura Sphere PP. I do have to risk a few crits, but overall this goes pretty smooth. And from here, those prayers to RNGesus really started paying off, because everything was going Magikarp's way. Giratina was missing Earth Powers, and importantly, I was dodging the defense drops. All of the struggle, all of the bad luck in this run, it was all for this moment. And on the grandest stage of them all, my one little fish was clutching up. And once Giratina ran out of Earth Powers, its fate was sealed. It's only fitting that this challenge ends with struggle, but it won't be my struggle, as the last little bit of recoil damage finally slaughters Giratina. With that win over Volo, we've finally beaten the challenge, Magikarp. Magikarp? No! Rest in peace, Magikarp. Thanks for watching. Jump into this video next for more Pokemon content. Remember to like the video and leave an F in the comments for our boy Magikarp. Don't forget to check out Dragon City by clicking the link in the description.
Stop. Is it raining? It's fucking raining. Oh my god. We're doing this again? Didn't we already do this back on Friday? Do it, fuck it. I never picked up that item, huh? Oh wait, bam. Really? What the fuck was up there? Okay, whatever. Fanpage, come on! Oh, you do, turd. Oh, hello, dude. Oh, hello there. Number 205, Dodrio, the Sleeping Bird Pokemon. Type normal and flying. Height 5 feet 11 inches. Weight 187.8 pounds. It collects data and plans 3 times as wisely, but it may think too much and fall into a state of immobility. This little shit is not picking anything up. But these guys are getting something. A grabbing thing. more time. There we go. Okay, found it. Okay, that thing. I'm a little short, but whatever. I feel like looping back for this earthquake. I survived. Oh, right there. There we go. There we go. Let me quickly take a moment to check up our vitamins. Okay, alright, we are literally just missing the PP max. I totally took the top left one. I don't know. I can't tell if the... Okay, no, the rain did not stop yet. Rare candy number 17. Why, Vampy? Why? Oh, that's awkward. That's awkward. the only female. Anyways. Oh, yep, I can hear it now. Dropped 511 frames. We're still at 6 FPS, or 60 FPS though. Vampy, did you activate your pickup yet? What? This baby elephant. Number 19, Centric, the Scout Pokemon. Type, Normal. Height, 2 feet 7 inches. Weight, 13.2 pounds. A very cautious Pokemon. It raises itself up.
Just sub.
Oh, thanks.
Remember that at 6K, I will do a POC of Pokemon Crystal Legacy.
Anyway, a very cautious Pokemon. It raises itself up using its tail to get a better view of its surroundings. There. Number 10, Pidgey, the tiny bird Pokemon. Type, Normal and Flying. Height, 1 foot 0 inches. Weight, 4.0 pounds. It usually hides in tall grass. Because it dislikes fighting, it protects itself by kicking up sand. Pocket sand! Number 17, Rattata, the mouse Pokemon. Type, Normal. Height, 1 foot 0 inches. Weight, 7.7 pounds. It eats anything. Wherever food is available, it will settle down and produce offspring continuously. Of course. Pokédex. 25 more to go. Yeah, go ahead and fumble my... Yeah, I guess I'll fumble my way in the dark. Number 37, Zubat, the Bat Pokemon. Type, Poison and Flying. Height, 2 feet 7 inches. Weight, 16.5 pounds. While flying, it constantly emits ultrasonic waves from its mouth to check its surroundings. Let me put this on. Number 52, Dunsparce, the land snake Pokemon. Type, normal. Height, 4 feet 11 inches. Weight, 30.9 pounds. When spotted, this Pokemon escapes backward by furiously boring into the ground with its tail. Yeah, I think that's everything. I don't think there's anything else on this side. Number 95, Nidoran Female, the Poison Pen Pokemon. Type, Poison. Height, 1 foot 4 inches. Weight, 15.4 pounds. The poison hidden in its small horn is extremely potent. Even a tiny scratch can have fatal results. Number 98, Nidoran Male, the Poison Pen Pokemon. Type, Poison. Height, 1 foot 8 inches. Weight, 19.8 pounds. It is small, but its horn is filled with poison. It charges, then stabs with the horn to inject poison. Number 129, Ruleset, the puppy Pokemon. Type Fire. Height 2 feet 4 inches. Weight 41.9 pounds. It has a brave and trustworthy nature. It fearlessly stands up to bigger and stronger foes. Finally! And I have not used the Master Ball yet. Still gotta do that. Okay. Number 84, Gloom, the weed Pokemon. Type, Grass and Poison. Height, 2 feet 7 inches. Weight, 19.0 pounds. What appears to be drool is actually sweet honey. It is very sticky and clings stubbornly if touched. Oh, I also have, I have 6 moonstones as well. Number 150, Tauros, the wild bull Pokemon. Type normal. Height 4 feet 7 inches. Weight 194.9 pounds. They fight each other by locking horns. The herd's protector takes pride in its battle-scarred horns. Number 160, Farfetch'd, the wild duck Pokemon. Type normal and flying. Height 2 feet 7 inches. Weight 33.1 pounds. If anyone tries to disturb where the essential plant stalks grow, it uses its own stalk to thwart them. Okay, I did not get fear yet. Diglett. Okay. Number 134, Diglett, the mole Pokemon. Type ground. Height 0 feet 8 inches. Weight 1.8 pounds. Its skin is very thin. If it is exposed to light, its blood heats up, causing it to grow weak. Vero! I saw you here before, Vero. I remember finding you here, Vero. There we go. Number 014, Firo, the beak Pokemon. Type normal and flying. Height 3 feet 11 inches. Weight 83.8 pounds. It shoots itself suddenly high to the sky, then plummets down in one fell swoop to strike its prey. See, we are now at 54. Can get Grappler. Odd fan. I have Machop too. Number 142, Machop, the superpower Pokemon. Type Fighting. Height 2 feet 7 inches. Weight 43.0 pounds. Always brimming with power, it passes time by lifting boulders. Doing so makes it even stronger. Or floppy. Number 166, Krabby, the river crab Pokemon. Type Water. Height 1 foot 4 inches. Weight 14.3 pounds. If it senses danger approaching, it cloaks itself with bubbles from its mouth so it will look bigger. Oh, nice. 167, Kingler, the pincer Pokemon. Type Water. Height 4 feet 3 inches. Weight 132.3 pounds. It can hardly lift its massive, overgrown pincer. The pincer's size makes it difficult to aim properly. $58, 11 more to go. There's that. Number 038, Golbat, the bat Pokemon. Type Poison Flying. Height 5 feet 3 inches. Weight 121.3 pounds. However hard its victim's hide may be, it punctures with sharp fangs and gorges itself with blood. We're at 10 left, right? Yep. Yes, I am catching a lot of Pokemon. Thank you for noticing. Number 035, Graveler, the rock Pokemon. Type Rock and Ground. Height 3 feet 3 inches. Weight 231.5 pounds. With a free and uncaring nature, it doesn't mind if pieces break off while it rolls down mountains. Oh, hi, Onyx. Number 062, Onyx, the rock snake Pokemon. Type Rock and Ground. Height 28 feet and 10 inches. Weight 463.0 pounds. It twists and squirms through the ground. The thunderous roar of its tunneling echoes a long way. So that's 17 out of 20. 8 more needed. There's Donphan. Number 201, Donphan, the armor Pokemon. Type Ground, height 3 feet 7 inches. Weight 264.6 pounds. It has sharp, hard tusks and a rugged hide. Its tackle is strong enough to knock down a house. Oh. That's why I didn't get Onyx. Number 064, Bellsprout, the flower Pokemon. Type Grass and Poison. Height 2 feet 4 inches. Weight 8.8 pounds. Even though its body is extremely skinny, it is blindingly fast when catching its prey. Come on, hop it. Hop it. It should be considered. It should still be considered night, right? Or evening, day, right? Why am I only finding Marie? I found one Bellsprout, and then it's oops, and then suddenly it's oops all Marie. I'm trying the other side.
Welcome to the stream. At 2 Tone Malone 00.
Hi there.
6,000 subscribers.
There's
I'm
Hoppin'.
doing Professor Oak Challenge of Pokemon Crystal Legacy, so make sure to hit that button and hype the stream U4 and support my Patreon in the description so I don't need to force 80,000 ads down your throat to make cash. You're reaping the rewards.
Really? Whoops. Number 067, Hoppip, the Cottonweed Pokemon. Type Grass and Flying. Height 1 foot 4 inches. Weight 1.1 pounds. To keep from being blown away by the wind, they gather in clusters, but they do enjoy gentle breezes. Hold on, I gotta... There. Did it say where I skipped in the woods where I... What is where I said it was? No? What the hell was I looking at then? Well, I can't... Well, I can at least get... Well, I can at least get... Flappy. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I forgot to get this guy's TM. For some reason I always forget. For some reason I always forget to get this TM. Number 054, Flaffy, the wool Pokemon. Type Electric. Height 2 feet 7 inches. Weight 29.3 pounds. As a result of storing too much electricity, it developed patches where even downy wool won't grow. Four more Pokemon. Did I seriously never catch a Grimer? Did I seriously not catch one of the Grimer from the Rocket Hideout?
Shake that Flaffy Taffy woot woot.
Oh yeah, Drop Break should be here too. I gotta go down. Number 149, Giraffe Rig, the long neck Pokemon. Type, normal and sidekick. Height, 4 feet 11 inches. Weight, 91.5 pounds. It still has a small brain of its own. Beware, if you get close, it may react to your scent by biting. Alright, 66. Still gotta get 3 more. Nope. Banky. There we go. Number 136, Mankey, the pig monkey Pokemon. Type, fighting. Height, 1 foot 8 inches. Weight, 61.7 pounds. It is extremely ill-tempered. Groups of them will attack any handy target for no reason.
You collect Pokemon cards, bruh.
I used to. Anyways, it's 67. Oh! Okay, I know one Pokemon to get.
Not anymore now. Why?
I kinda have... I need the money. I need money. I need money to, you know, survive. Can't exactly afford to gamble. Okay, I was actually gonna get Doduo and Eevee, but you know what? Let me get Doduo and... Fine, Ponyta and Eevee.
Do you work? Or is this work?
This is work! Number 206, Ponyta, the Fire Horse Pokemon. Type, Fire. Height, 3 feet 3 inches. Weight, 66.1 pounds. It is a weak runner immediately after birth. It gradually becomes faster by chasing after its parents. Wholesome.
Hell yeah.
I do have a Patreon to help make cash faster. Pause a few real quick. Hey, Bill? And with that, that is 69 Pokemon in the Dex.
How much did you sell your collection for?
I still have my card somewhere.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said you sold them.
Alright. Pikachu, what do you think? Pikachu, what do you think? Should we do this today? Alright. 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 Let me save real quick and use the bathroom. I was hesitant because it's raining right now. Yeah, I'm gonna pee. And then it's time for, and then we'll end this part, and then we can end this part by doing by tackling the Pokemon League. Hold on, let me just get something. Let me just set something up. And then
Bro, don't leave me here, it's cold.
sorry, but I gotta pee. Alright, I'm all set up. Alright, I'm all set up for when I come back. BRB!
Anyone else here in chat?
Alright, stress relief. Alright. We're 4,265 experience points away from level 60. Which is about half of the bar. So here's our stats. We are pretty much a glass cannon right now. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if we had to grind. I'll give it a couple of attempts at this level. If I can't do it, and if I can't do it, I'll just continue next time. We'll just grind up and we'll just continue next time. Anyways, make your final guesses. Make your guesses if we can do this or not. Let me just quickly pause speech. There we go. Alright. Let's do this. Okay, hold on a moment. That is very, very, very concerning. First, let me just quickly find the alright berry that I want, the berry that I'm trying to look into. Yeah, no. Bayafta? Nope, that's psychic. Darty. That's rock. Tanga. Bug. Mail? No, that's not anything. Haban is dragon. None. Okay, fine. I'll go to the berry menu and scroll there. Ground type, Shuka. Alright, now that I've got that. Alright, now that I've got that. Let's click to the level real quick. Yep, we hit level 61. Onyx. Alright. $20 effort values in defense. No, no, we did not take damage. No, we didn't take damage. What are you talking about? Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. Yeah, that's for underground. That's just normally. 95. 78.7 to 95.4% above ground. Alright. Alright. Technically, I can get a Shuka Berry at this point in the game. Just from my mom. And also 5% from... And also a 5% chance from from Ponyta and Rapidash. Fortunately, those items are infinite. But we've been going on for a bit, so we'll just cut it here. Continue this in 5 weeks' time, and pick it, and then take on the Elite Four, and then take on the Elite, and then actually beat the Elite Four, and as well as step foot into Kanto next time. See you guys whenever. Toodles!